Good evening, folks. Welcome back. In about 5 minutes, we shall see the next round tonight of the House, Speaker of the House elections. And I'll be honest, I think this one's going to go to Kevin McCarthy. So it is beginning to look that way, that there's been some deals struck. But I do want to say that I noticed something. Couldn't see it from the angle that I was watching yesterday. But yesterday, 4 hours and 30 odd minutes, about 4 hours and 38 minutes into the live that I was doing, Republican Representative French Hill from Arkansas was nominating Kevin McCarthy. And during one of the areas where there was an applaud, he did, it's hard for me to lift. I can't lift my left side, but he did that. What is that? That's a Masonic symbol, the all-seeing eye. This is what we're fighting. This is what we're fighting. I'll check here and see if we're ready to go. Says they're supposed to start up 9:55 Eastern time, and they haven't lit it up yet. So let's see. There we go. So I'll mute that. So it appears that there's a deal that's been struck. Don't know what kind of deal. The denominator will change if Democrats don't show up 212 strong, which means that it will change the count, required count. So I think what we're going to see is we're going to see it happen. I think we're going to see everyone bow to Kevin McCarthy and all the Masons that are in charge. It's a crying shame. We'll have to regroup and see what's happening. A lot of high-level people are saying, let this happen, that there's something big that's coming down the pipe with this. I've heard that before. So let's see what happens.
house will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Dear God, it seems this evening we may be at last standing at the threshold of a new Congress. I'm not done yet. Should we, with your blessing, find our way through the doorway this night, cause us to consider carefully what we have learned on the way. Turning to you each day, we asked for your help in our deliberations, and you answered us. But your answer was to allow us to suffer the anxiety, uncertainty, and aggravation that follows when we choose to allow healthy debate to devolve into contentious and unproductive argument. And yet, in your mercy, you transformed this foray into discord into an opportunity to learn to find common ground with unlikely partners. Would that this be a habit we continue. Remind us that while the spirit of dispute can be traced to our government's earliest days, we have served this country best when we sought to reconcile our differences with compassion, kindness, humility, gentleness, and patience. May we be more willing to wield these fruits of your spirit in our future discourse with one another. We pray your continued mercy on us. May your anger with us last but a moment, and your favor a lifetime. And for all that we endure this night, allow joy to come in the morning. In the hope found in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Representatives-elect are invited to join in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Madam Clerk, I'm honored to rise tonight to nominate my good friend, the gentleman from California, Kevin McCarthy, to serve as Speaker of the House.
The gentleman will suspend. The question recurs upon the election of a speaker, and the tellers will please come forward and take their seats. The gentleman is recognized for his nomination.
Madam Clerk, I am honored to rise tonight to nominate my good friend, the gentleman from California, Kevin McCarthy, to serve as Speaker of this House.
Take two. This will be an interesting event. I just want to see what it is that is the big thing.
Madam Clerk, it's been a long week, and a lot of attention's been placed upon us here in the House. But then again, I state that to the most famous woman in Washington this week. It was a better joke as written, actually, than delivered. But I want to start by thanking the men and women who make this House run. From the janitorial staff, to the parliamentarians, to the doorkeepers, to the sergeant of arms, to the Capitol Police officers, to the men and women that make this institution run, we thank you. And at this day, and a source of charity, we'd even thank the Capitol Press Corps for sitting on floors. That too was actually funnier on the paper than how it delivered. I don't know why you asked me to do this, Kevin. Look, the president has called this process an embarrassment. Talking heads have labeled this chaos and a mess, and some would call it shambolic even. But it's called democracy. And this is a hallmark of a free society where every voice and every vote counts. We know it's messy. We know it's messy. But open and transparent debate is what sets us apart from authoritarian regimes. In order to outcompete our adversaries, we must adhere to the principles that make our nation, this nation, our constitutional republic, great. And that starts with a free and open exchange of ideas. And that's exactly what we've done this week. To some, it may have felt like Congress was on hold. But the alternative, a government that assembles with no input from the representatives elected by the people, is a far worse alternative. And these constitutional principles we're adhering to in this complicated process of setting up the House. Over these last few days, Kevin McCarthy has allowed this process to work among House Republicans. And he's empowered members to come together to find consensus on behalf of conservative policy and a greater involvement of all voices throughout our conference. We've all played a part. We have all played a part, whether it's the dean or members who've just been waiting for 4 days and voting loyally. It's Kevin's leadership style that's been lacking in this institution for too long. It's the same style Kevin employed with each of us as we developed our policy proposal, A Commitment to America, a plan that works to secure our border and stop the flow of fentanyl into our communities, to give Chairman Comer and Chairman Jordan the tools they need to hold the Biden administration accountable for their failures, and to take China on and end the president's COVID emergency powers that have been abused far too many times. To finally reopen the People's House, empower our standing committees, and get people back to regular order here on the House floor.
You're here to that too.
Countless other conservative solutions that are very powerful and good for constituents in Bakersville or Lincolnton, North Carolina. Madam Clerk, I'm one of the few members left on the Republican side who had the pleasure of serving with Kevin for the entirety of his tenure in the House. In those years, I've worked closely with Kevin in a variety of different capacities. And, well, he's a good friend. But serving with him in these capacities has meant that I've heard every one of his stories. And the stories of Kevin O's Deli, I've heard way too many times. I don't know if you've heard that he won the lottery as well. Those stories, I could recount them chapter and verse. He's a dear friend. but all of you have heard these stories too. And it's also by my seat, able to watch him on a front row seat as he's grown as a leader. And especially this week, how he's grown as a leader. He knows more about members than they know about themselves. If your spouse is sick, he may send flowers or fruit before I did that story. But he cares so much about members, not for politics, but because he cares about people. He's unflinchingly optimistic. The glass is always half full. That's been a hell of a trait, especially this week. He's relentless. The man does not quit. And it was Kevin that led Republicans back to the majority in this House. The only Republican institution in Washington this day. And Kevin has led us through these challenges the last few days. And Kevin is the right person to lead us over the coming 2 years. And that's why, at the direction of the Republican Conference, I advance the name of Kevin McCarthy as the next Speaker of the United States House of Representatives.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House.
There we go.
The gentleman is recognized.
House Democrats are united behind the son of a social worker and substance abuse counselor, a leader who is deeply involved in his community and a tireless advocate for the least, the lost, and the left behind. He is a voice for the people. And Madam Clerk, this is the people's house. Two years ago today,
Oh, here we
duly
go.
elected members of this body gathered here to certify the results of a free and fair election.
Oh, here.
And
Let's
in
bring
doing
that
so,
up.
we
A free
participated
and
in
fair
a
election.
tradition that makes our
They
democracy
never
marvel,
stop grinding it in
and
that
the
they
envy of
believe
the
it was
world.
free and fair. That's
a
what you
peaceful
have to do to
transfer of
make
power.
people think
But this body is more than a ceremonial chamber,
that
Madam
that's
Clerk.
what happened.
This is a workplace
Just keep repeating the
where
same
hundreds of men
lies,
and
and
women
apparently,
endure long,
eventually it
difficult
becomes
hours
truth.
before they punch out and go home to their families. Where good people come to work each day and maybe steal a quiet moment to themselves to look up at the ceiling or to look at the paintings, the statue of Abraham Lincoln, and to thank God for the blessings of liberty. Because this place is so much more than a chamber or even a workplace. It is, in Lincoln's words, a sign we intend the Union shall go on. And I'm not just talking about the members either, Madam Clerk. I'm talking about you and your staff, the custodial staff, the floor staff, the institutional staff, our congressional staff, the sergeant at arms, our beloved chaplain, and the Capitol Police. I'm talking about the people who make this house work, the people who Hakeem Jeffries will never take for granted.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, it took him a minute to finally stand up, huh?
2 years ago, Madam Clerk, we witnessed this place under siege by a violent mob who desecrated this building and the other chamber. But this feels a
You
little
mean they were
familiar.
let in, and they
Today,
had
we
your
adjourn
Antifa folks that
amidst
Pelosi hired
utter
to
confusion.
rip the place
Only
apart.
this time, we're returning in the dark of night, not to cast a vote to bring this country together and to do our jobs, but one that will set the path toward division and default. So if we are forced to be here this evening because of the chaos and crisis on the other side,
Oh my
it's only
goodness.
fair to point out, Madam Clerk,
Because of the chaos
the
and
same
crisis
individuals who fanned
on the
the
other
flames of
side.
January 6th,
This is the way they always play
who
it,
told
man.
their followers and their
When are you
followers'
guys going to play
followers
in the sandbox
they needed
together,
to
huh?
fight back,
You guys never
who
do.
challenged the swearing in of members based on a bogus claim of fake electors, may well be in charge of the People's House if they can ever agree on who can lead them.
Shh. What an ass. On a bogus claim of fake electors? You just wait. You're going to be eating those words, ass.
That's why House Democrats stand united behind Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem is the only candidate in this race for Speaker who will defend this democracy. He's the only candidate in this race willing to call out the lie that the election was stolen. And he's the only candidate in this race
It was
who thinks
stolen.
that everyone involved on January 6th ought to be held accountable regardless of the positions they hold in power.
We need to bring this clown show to an end and replace every single person in that chamber.
For justice and truth, and in memory of the lives lost on January 6th, I nominate Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House.
What a jerk.
The reading clerk will call the roll. Adams. Jeffries. Adam Holt. McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. McCarthy. Allen. McCarthy. Allred. Jeffries. Amaday. McCarthy. Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babbitt. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. McCarthy. Vallant. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy.
Barr. McCarthy. Merrigan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. McCarthy. Beatty. Jeffries. Vance. McCarthy. Vera. Jeffries. Bergman. McCarthy. Byer. Jeffries. Vice. McCarthy. Biggs. Biggs. Jordan. Villarapas. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. McCarthy. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Bobert. Present.
Present.
Bonamici. Jeffries. Bost. Bost.
So Bobert,
Bowen. Jeffries. Boyle.
Gates.
Pennsylvania. Jeffries.
Biggs,
Rakeen. McCarthy.
and maybe a couple of others.
Jeffries. Brownlee.
They're going to stick to their guns, but it won't be enough.
Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck. Buck. Bouchon. McCarthy. Baczynski. Jeffries. Burchett. McCarthy. Burgess. McCarthy. Burleson. McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Cammett. McCarthy. Caraballo. Jeffries. Harball. Jeffries. Cardenas. Jeffries. Carey. McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas.
I'm not sure what the member count is tonight. I tuned in.
Cartwright.
They were already starting.
Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Pastor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez DeReamer. McCarthy. Sherpalis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries.
So there's Luna and
Jeffries.
Donalds.
Siscovani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. Cloud. McCarthy. Clyburn. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. McCarthy. Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy. Comer. McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Biggs.
Who? Bates.
Crawford. McCarthy. Crenshaw. McCarthy. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries. Cuellar. Jeffries. Curtis. McCarthy. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. McCarthy. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Beget. Jeffries. Dela Cruz.
Texas 15th Congressional District stands with Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. DeLauro. Jeffries. Delfine. Jeffries. Deluzio. Jeffries. Desagne. Jeffries. Desjardins. McCarthy. Diaz-Pizito. McCarthy. Diaz-Balart. McCarthy. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. McCarthy. Duarte. McCarthy. Duncan. McCarthy. Dunn of Florida. McCarthy. Edwards. McCarthy. Elsie. McCarthy. Emmer. McCarthy. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshu. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy. Evans. Jeffries. Ezell. McCarthy. Fallon.
The Fourth District of Texas votes for Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Finstra. McCarthy. Ferguson. McCarthy. Finstad. McCarthy. Fishbach.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Fitzgerald. McCarthy. Fitzpatrick. McCarthy. Fleischman. McCarthy. Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood. McCarthy. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox, McCarthy, Lois Frankel, Jeffries, C. Scott Franklin, McCarthy, Frost,
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries, Fry, McCarthy, Fulcher, McCarthy, Gates, Gates, Gallagher,
Gates is not
McCarthy.
present,
Gallego,
Jeffries.
Jeffries,
so I wonder where Gates is.
Jeffries, Garbarino, McCarthy, Mike Garcia, McCarthy, Robert Garcia, Jeffries, Garcia of Illinois,
Jeffries.
Jeffries, Garcia of Texas, Jeffries, Jimenez, McCarthy, Golden of Maine, Jeffries, Goldman of New York, Jeffries,
He's just not present, Lisa. He's probably out in the hall.
Gomez, Jeffries, Tony Gonzalez, McCarthy, Vicente Gonzalez,
Jeffries.
Jeffries, Good of Virginia, Jordan,
Oh, good of Virginia for Jordan.
Gooden of Texas, Gooden of Texas, McCarthy, Gosar, Gosar,
Gosar's out of the office. Must be with Gates.
Jeffries, Granger,
I'll be right back, folks.
McCarthy, Graves of Louisiana, Graves of Louisiana, Graves of Missouri, McCarthy, Green of Tennessee,
Gentleman from Bakersfield, Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy, Green of Texas, Jeffries, Green of Georgia, McCarthy, Griffith, McCarthy, Grijalva, Jeffries, Grothman, McCarthy, Guest, McCarthy, Guthrie, McCarthy, Hageman, McCarthy, Harder of California, Harder of California, Harris, Harris, McCarthy, Harshbarger, McCarthy, Hayes, Jeffries, Hearn, McCarthy, Higgins of Louisiana, McCarthy, Higgins of New York, Jeffries, Hill, McCarthy, Himes, Jeffries, Hinson, McCarthy, Horsford, Jeffries, Houchin, McCarthy, Houlihan, Jeffries, Hoyer, Jeffries, Hoyle of Oregon, Jeffries, Hudson, McCarthy, Huffman, Jeffries, Huizinga, McCarthy. Hunt. McCarthy. Isa.
I missed whatever they're clapping at. Just giving standing ovation.
Isa. McCarthy. Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries. Jackson of Texas. McCarthy. Jackson Lee.
Family, fallen off.
Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries. James. McCarthy. Giant Paul. Jeffries. Jeffries. Johnson of Georgia.
So
Jeffries.
Daryl Issa came in the room,
Johnson
and that's
of
why they
Louisiana.
were clapping.
McCarthy.
That's why they were applauding.
Johnson of Ohio.
He's apparently been MIA.
McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy. Jordan. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy. Joyce of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Kemloger Dove. Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. McCarthy. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Cotto. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. McCarthy. Kildee.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Kyden. McCarthy. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. McCarthy. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries. Custall. McCarthy. LaHood. McCarthy.
Oh, I see what it is. Just looking to see what the white
LaLoda.
is right here, and it's the
LaMalfa.
logo for U.S. House. I'm like,
McCarthy.
what the heck is down here by me?
Lamborn. McCarthy. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta. McCarthy. LaTurner. McCarthy. Lawler.
The Honorable Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. McCarthy. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. McCarthy. Letlow. McCarthy. Levin. Jeffries. Liu. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk. McCarthy. Lucas. McCarthy. Lukemeyer. McCarthy. Luna. McCarthy. Latrell. McCarthy. Lynch. Jeffries. Mace. McCarthy. Magaziner. Jeffries. Maliotakis. McCarthy. Mann. McCarthy.
She's got that pencil down low.
Jeffries. Massey. McCarthy. Mast. Mast. McCarthy. Matsui. Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McCarthy. McCall.
Got to make sure he gets that 33 coin.
McLean. McCarthy. McClintock. McCarthy. McCullum. Jeffries. McCormick. McCarthy. McGarvey. Jeffries. McGovern. Jeffries. McHenry. McCarthy. Meeks. Jeffries. Menendez. Jeffries. Mean. Jeffries. Muser. McCarthy. Mfume. Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. McCarthy. Miller of Ohio. McCarthy. Miller of West Virginia. McCarthy. Miller Meeks. McCarthy. Mills. McCarthy. Molinaro. McCarthy. Molinar. McCarthy. Mooney. McCarthy. Moore of Alabama. McCarthy. Moore of Utah. McCarthy. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran. McCarthy. Morelli. Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy.
Well, hot coffee, 33-degree coin is the highest. It's a representation of the highest level of the Freemasons.
Napolitano.
Jeffries. Neal.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. The Goose. Jeffries. Nels. McCarthy. Newhouse. McCarthy. Nickel. Jeffries. Norcross.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Norman. McCarthy. None of Iowa.
Honorable Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Clerk's pencil's about that long.
O'Reilly. McCarthy. Ocasio-Cortez.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Ogles.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Omar. Jeffries. Owens. McCarthy. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. McCarthy. Panetta. Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pasquarelli.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Payne.
Mr. Jeffries.
Jeffries. Pelosi.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Peltola. Jeffries. Pence.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. McCarthy. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger. McCarthy. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Pocan.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Porter.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Posey. McCarthy. Presley. Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Raskin.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Reschenthaler. McCarthy. Rogers of Washington. McCarthy. Rogers of Alabama.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Rogers of Kentucky. McCarthy. Rose.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Rosenell.
Andy Biggs.
Biggs. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. McCarthy. Roy.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Ruiz. Jeffries. Ruppersberger.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Rutherford. McCarthy. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. McCarthy. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Sarbanes. Jeffries. Scalise. McCarthy. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schiff. Jeffries. Snyder. Jeffries.
There's one present,
Spalter.
4 others. Vic.
Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Swikert. McCarthy. Austin Scott. McCarthy. David Scott. David Scott. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. McCarthy. Sessions. McCarthy. Sewell. Jeffries. Sherman. Jeffries. Sherrill. Jeffries. Simpson. McCarthy. Slotkin. Jeffries. Smith of Missouri. McCarthy. Smith of Nebraska. McCarthy. Smith of New Jersey. McCarthy. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Sir. McCarthy. Sorensen. Jeffries. Soto. Jeffries. Spanberger. Jeffries. Sparks. McCarthy. Stansberry. Jeffries. Stanton. Jeffries. Stauber. McCarthy. Steele. McCarthy. Stefanik. McCarthy. Style. McCarthy. Stubbe. McCarthy. Stevens. Jeffries. Stewart. McCarthy. Strickland. Jeffries. Strong. McCarthy. Swalwell. Jeffries. Sykes. Jeffries. Takano. Jeffries. Tenney. McCarthy. Tanadar. Jeffries. Thompson of California. Jeffries. Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Tiffany. McCarthy. Timmons. McCarthy. Titus. Jeffries. Tlaib. Jeffries. Takuda. Jeffries. Tonko.
They're still working on Gates.
Jeffries. Torres of California. Jeffries. Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries. Trone. Jeffries. Turner. McCarthy. Underwood. Jeffries. Valadeo. McCarthy. Van Drew.
Mr. Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Van Dyne. McCarthy. Van Orden.
They're still working on Gates. That's pretty evident.
Vargas. Jeffries. Vasquez.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. VC. Jeffries. Velasquez. Jeffries. Wagner. McCarthy. Wahlberg.
Mr. McCarthy.
McCarthy. Waltz. McCarthy. Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters. Jeffries. Watson Coleman. Jeffries.
I think he purposely stayed out of the room.
Weber of Texas.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Webster of Florida. McCarthy. Winstrup.
McCarthy.
So that he would come in on the
Westerman.
second chance.
McCarthy. Wexton. Jeffries. Wyatt.
Yeah, I wish we could hear that conversation too, Lisa.
Jeffries. Williams of Georgia. Jeffries. Williams of New York. Williams of New York. McCarthy. Williams of Texas. McCarthy. Wilson of Florida. Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina. McCarthy. Whitman. McCarthy. Womack. McCarthy. Yackham.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Zinke. McCarthy.
Just waiting for the second round. When they're done calling through the alphabet, they'll go back and they'll recall those that didn't answer the first time.
Reading clerk will now call the names of the members-elect who did not answer the first call
Here it
of
comes.
the roll.
Buck.
Buck's not there.
McCarthy.
Oh, he's there for McCarthy. Buck was at the hospital or was at the doctor's, so he's there now for this vote.
Gates. Present. Gosar.
Gozar's
McCarthy.
been flipped.
Graves of Louisiana.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Carter of California. Jeffries.
Looks like we need 7. We're not going to get it. We'll see. He's at 215.
David Scott. Jeffries.
So he's up there talking to Gates. Oh, it'll be a fly on that wall or an open mic in that huddle. Boebert went Present. Ooh, that doesn't look good. He's pointing. I think he was just pointing and yelling at Rogers. I think that was Rogers that was standing next to McCarthy. I'm pretty sure that's who that was. So there's an argument. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. There's a fight on the floor. Big guy right here. Somebody went after Gates. Here we go again. Somebody from back on the right side over here had to be tackled by one of these guys. I think this guy tackled him, and we just caught it. He come around and he had his hand over his mouth and pulled him back because he was going out. He was going after Gates. A big guy that was back over there. See if I can cue that up. See if I can cue that up. No. Well, I wonder what this huddle's all about. To have another member of Congress attacking another member of Congress, that is uncalled for. That requires sanctions on that member that did that. If one more person, I don't think it's going to happen without one more person coming. He's whispering at Gates. This is the guy with the bow tie, I think. No, it's not. That's the guy that blocked whoever it was that came around from the end there. Biggs is right there. I think they're looking at the total House members, and if there is a new level that brings it down from required 218 votes, it could be 216, depending on how many members are. That's the multiplier, which would mean that McCarthy has won it. It does look like some Democrats played hooky on this. Obviously, McCarthy was pissed off going up there and asking Gates. Apparently, he was expecting Gates to vote for him. I see Marjorie Taylor Greene right there. Something's amiss. Kick him out of the chambers. I saw the guy with the bow tie just said that. The guy with the bow tie just said kick him out of the chambers and went like that. Something didn't go as planned, I'm betting. Yeah, I'm betting they had alcohol during dinner. Betting on that. He didn't get to Gates. He was blocked before he got there. He was two people away, including Boebert. I can't rewind that from where I am. Maybe I can. Let me check and see here. See if I can get a face of who it was.
Can we get the tally? Can-
Pink tie. I'll bring it over. This guy right here comes down. You see him back here right now. And you've got Bobert and Gates here. The guy in the pink tie, I'm not sure who that is, but somebody comes over as well. Let me take this. I'll pause this up here. See what they're going to be saying.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 432, of which the Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California
He made it.
has received 216.
That's what he needed, was 216. So they pushed it through. They pushed it through. So this guy,
The Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212.
is now in the row with Gates. And the guy back here with the yellowish tie is going after
Honorable
this
Jimmy
guy.
Thornton of the state of Ohio has
And watch what happens when he approaches him from the rear. Here comes Pink Tie going after
Honorable Andy
Gates.
Biggs of the state of Arizona has
Here comes the
received
other guy from behind, grabbing him by the shoulder to
no
pull
member
him
of the
back.
Haven't received a majority of the votes cast.
And then
A speaker
ultimately
has not been elected.
gets his hand on his face and pulls him back.
Will the gentleman repeat his motion?
I move the House do now adjourn until noon Monday.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor? Say.
They pushed it through. So they bottom off.
Ayes have it.
There's a lot of ticked off people in there.
In favor, say aye. All those opposed, say no.
Well, he got 216. So did he get it or not? Yeah, he's 15th. So he didn't get enough. You're right. You're right. He did not get enough.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Ask for the yeas and nays. Madam Clerk, ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by yeas and nays.
Okay.
rise.
So I was off by one.
Insufficient number having risen, the yeas and
He needed
nays
217 members, and he only got 216. So he's off by one. Thank you for that correction. I was up here looking at this little issue that occurred. So the guy in the pink tie was pulled back trying to get down to Bobert and Gates. It did not go as planned. Apparently, they are missing the one that they had hoped for. Thank you, Giovanna, for that information. I appreciate everything you're doing. I have that queued up. That is no, it's hard to tell. That was 16 minutes and 54 seconds ago. That's all I can tell at this point. So you can actually go over to my YouTube channel at Gray Wolf Ron, and you can back it up. It's about 17 minutes ago. And you can see that altercation that was occurring. Laughs a lot, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, he's just one short with the 432 members in the vote. This is going to be a long weekend, folks. Long weekend. Thank you, Katie. Yeah. So maybe they thought that Gates was going to cast his vote for McCarthy. Maybe that is why McCarthy went up there and confronted him. And I think that the guy that was next to him, the dark-haired guy with the reddish tie, I think that was Rogers. I see that Bowtie was there. It looked like they all went up there to try and keep McCarthy cool-headed, because he went up to say something to Gates and Boebert. So this is an interesting deal. Seeing this actually pumps me up, because this means that it's not all prim roses. It's not all good up there. They thought they had this in the bag for McCarthy tonight. And it looks, yeah, I saw the guy. It was obvious. You could, I'm not a lip reader, but I could see that. And he said, boot the guy out. Boot him out. Now, I don't know who he was talking about. But you're not taking a sitting member of Congress and booting him out because he voted how he feels. Or in the case of Boebert, how she feels. The Masons are not happy tonight by any stretch. I would like to say I hope so, Anne. We're down to 6 representatives, JM, from 20. Yes, Lisa, the tempers are flying in there. I hope Gates and Boebert have security. I really do. There's a lot of pissed off people in there. And with that action, we should actually see more people joining Gates. If I was a representative on the floor that had voted for McCarthy, being within earshot of that confrontation, I think I'd be changing my mind. I mean, you could tell from the body language. It wasn't a good thing. Yes, Lisa, he did. You're welcome. Laughs a lot. Well, so far it doesn't look like they've got enough to adjourn. So let's see what happens here. Two minutes 35 seconds. Oh yeah, you can see he's pissed. Gates had better, he had better have some security. Yeah, Jay, you're probably right, Jay. You're probably right. The little gal that comes up to here on him, she's probably packing and she knows how to use it. They took down the metal detectors on Tuesday. What's this guy? What's this bald headed guy doing? They're a tie vote. something bizarre. Wow, vote changed. 226 nays, 208 yay, 14 nays from the Republicans. So 15 nays. They must think they got it this time because they're going to be calling it back in for another vote, I think. So they must think that, oh, we've got it now. We've got it now. Let's take it. Let's do it. Let's take it and do it. Come on, let's go. Yeah, I'm betting that's what we're seeing right now. They retracting their votes or something? The yays are going down. Yeah, they are. They're somehow retracting their votes. So they are apparently thinking that they've got the votes to make him speaker, and they're calling everybody. They're basically saying, "All right, we got it now. We've got it. Let's everybody get back into their seats. Let's get this done. We got him now. We threatened who we needed to threaten. We got." It has been a very long time since I've seen anything like this. I didn't say that he folded, just saying that it looks like they think they've got something. Who said that Gates folded? Yeah, he's shaking hands with people, but is that him? Was that Mike Rogers? So that's the guy in the pink tie then, huh? That was Rogers, apparently. The guy in the pink tie that was going after Gates. That would be the same guy that threatened him on Tuesday. Man, we must be looking at a Dominion voting system here, because I swear I saw over 200 votes there a few minutes ago on the yay column. They must be using a Dominion system. Yeah, MTG is friends with Gates. They're close friends. I think that they do believe they've got enough votes now, and that's why they're not going to wait till Monday. They're gonna do it again. They're acting really cocky, like, hey, we got it now, let's go. I think that's what they're going to be doing. Here we go. Here they go. Is that his aide, his chief of staff or something? Jackson Lee is talking to him. What changes? This is historic, folks. This is very historic. McCarthy has a lot to be held accountable here. If he's putting promises to these people, they better be something that he can be held liable if he breaks those promises. I'm still trying to figure out why there are so many big people that I thought I could trust. And they're all saying, trust us, there's big things coming. I don't know. The jury's out on this. I just don't get what's
Have all
happening.
members voted? Does any member wish to change a
He's
vote?
lied a lot. He's switched up a lot, too.
All five on no for Mr. Gates, Maliotakis, Bobert, Roy, Style, McCarthy, Burchett, Latta, Stauber, Lawler, McLean, Crane, Biggs, Good, Huizinga, Rosendale, Griffith, Kane of New Jersey, Turner, Emmer, Lunar, Duncan, Van Drew, Klein, Nunn of Iowa, Jimenez, Van Dyne, Carl, Davidson, Strong, Tenney, Bilirakis, Van Orden, Winstrup, Burgess, Wagner, Wahlberg, Johnson of South Dakota, Smirker, Mast, Scalise, Molinaro, Kamek, Guthrie, Fleischman, Rogers of Kentucky, Murphy, Rushenthaler, Langworthy, Joyce of Ohio, Kiley, Fallon, LaMalfa, Graves of Missouri, Betts, C. Scott Franklin, Miller Meeks, Bice, Miller of Ohio, Rogers of Washington, Obernolte, D'Esposito, and Fitzpatrick. Off no one I for Ms. Maliotakis. Maliotakis is off I on no.
On this vote, the yeas are 155, the nays are 279. The motion is not adopted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy as the Speaker of the House.
They must know that they've got the count this time.
Madam Clerk, the eyes of the world, the eyes of America are on this body right now. What America needs, what this
I'll be
body
back in a
needs
few minutes, folks.
is a lot less talk and a lot more action. And at the direction of the Republican Conference, I advance the name of Kevin McCarthy as the next Speaker of the House of the 118th Congress.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to say, wow. And Madam Clerk, I rise to place into nomination for election to the position of Speaker of the House of Representatives, the esteemed and wonderful leader of House Democrats, Mr. Hakeem Jeffries of New York.
The gentleman is recognized.
Friends, our nation's first president, unanimously elected by the Electoral College in 1789, keeps watch over us every single day right here in this chamber. And in his inaugural address to our new nation, he spoke of, and I quote, a form of government for the security of our union and the advancement of our happiness. Security of our union and advancement of our happiness. But 234 years later, and after 14 rounds of balloting and a ridiculous war for personal power across the aisle, we, the people, still find ourselves without a constituted government, our security neglected, and the advancement of anything impossible. And happiness? Suffice to say, Americans are unhappy by the nonsense and the dysfunction playing out on this floor. Particularly those who need us the most, who rely on our offices, and I mean every single one of our offices, for services and support. Not to mention the unhappy GOP and Democratic ranking members and chairs of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, our Armed Services Committee, and the Intel Committees, who say that the risk to our safety and security grows with each passing hour. So my friends, this is not just unhappiness, this is dangerous. However, However, the 212 unified members of the House Democratic Caucus have a very effective solution for this problem. We call him Hakeem Jeffries. And in the spirit of friendliness and hopefulness, we extend a warm invitation to just 6 of you across the aisle to join us. Join us. And let's end this nonsense, constitute this Congress, and elect him Speaker of the House. A man who is ready to work with everyone in this Congress and throughout our country to place people over politics and solve our country's problems. A man of competency, of decency, and integrity. A man of courage, of honor, and resolve. A man who listens better than anyone I have ever known in my life. A man of innovation and cooperation, and yes, indeed, alliteration. 14,421 Americans have served in the United States Congress since George Washington's inaugural address 234 years ago. One of the very finest of those Americans is Hakeem Jeffries of the great state of New York, and it is the honor of a lifetime to place his name into nomination for Speaker of the House.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford.
I'll say Kevin McCarthy for the win, please.
McCarthy. Allen. McCarthy. Allred. Jeffries. Amadei.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss.
Jeffrey.
Jeffries. Babin.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Bacon. Bacon.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Baird. Baird.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Alderson. McCarthy. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Barr.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Barragan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Beatty. Jeffries. Bentz. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Beyer.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Ice.
For the 15th and God willing final time, Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Biggs.
President.
Present. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. McCarthy. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert. Present. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bost. McCarthy. Bowman.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Rakeen. McCarthy. Brown.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck. McCarthy. Bouchon. McCarthy. Bazinski. Jeffries. Burchett. McCarthy. Burgess. McCarthy. Burleson. McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamek.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Caraveo.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Carbajal.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Cardenas.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Carey.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Carl.
McCarthy on the 15th.
McCarthy. Carson.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Carter of Georgia.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Carter of Texas.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Cartwright.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Kassar.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Case.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Caston.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Chavez de Reamer. McCarthy. Sherfilis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Cicilline.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Ciscobani.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Clark of New York.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Cleaver.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Klein.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Cloud. McCarthy. Clyburn.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Clyde. McCarthy. Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy. Comer. McCarthy. Connolly.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Craig.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Crane.
Present.
Present.
He just won.
Crawford.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Crenshaw.
Yeah.
Crenshaw.
So McCarthy has
McCarthy.
now got the
Crockett.
votes.
Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries. Cuellar. Jeffries.
Or he will have here in a moment.
Curtis. McCarthy. Davids of Kansas.
And a lot of people are calling this, especially Democrats, they're calling this a travesty. From the other side of the aisle, such division.
Jeffries.
It's anything but.
Davis of North
It is
Carolina.
democracy.
Jeffries.
It is what needs to
Dean
be
of
done.
Pennsylvania.
Unfortunately,
Jeffries.
this attempt
DeGette.
failed,
Jeffries.
but it is a matter of record
Cruz.
that for the third time since the two-party system has been in office,
DeLauro.
since
Jeffries.
1855,
Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio.
this is the third time
Jeffries.
that it has gone to such an extreme.
Jeffries. Desjardins.
McCarthy is not good
Diaz-Esposito.
in my mind. McCarthy has, my biggest thing is that he's been wishy-washy. He's taken money from FTX, and I have a hard time with that given the fact that FTX took
Donalds.
and laundered money with his crypto laundromat,
Duarte.
Sam Bankman-Fried, that went to the Ukraine,
Duncan.
that McCarthy was all for. Now, it is said that McCarthy
Edwards.
will
Elsie.
is not going to allow
McCarthy.
an impeachment of Biden to go.
McCarthy.
That's a bad thing. He
Escobar.
he may have had to make that part of the deal to get in
Jeffries.
to
Espaillat.
allow
Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy. Evans.
the impeachment process to occur.
Ezell.
So
McCarthy.
hopefully we have everything in writing to be able to have a vote of no confidence on this guy if he doesn't toe the line.
McCarthy.
So
Finstra. McCarthy.
if this process has shown anything to anybody,
McCarthy.
it has shown who we can trust and who we cannot.
McCarthy.
Those 20 patriots are going to pay dearly in their positions as representatives in the House of Representatives.
Fitzpatrick. McCarthy.
If they didn't get it in writing as to
Fleischman.
what positions they hold, what committees they get into,
Fletcher.
what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do,
Flood.
then you can bet they'll be back in behind a little office behind the mailroom.
Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox.
It's too bad that we couldn't get them off their duff and just say,
Frankel.
let's find somebody else.
Jeffries.
Let's somebody, the fact that you
Scott Franklin.
that he moved into the speaker's house at the beginning of the week, the speaker's office,
Frost.
is an arrogance that
Fry.
people say he has earned the position of speaker.
Fulcher. McCarthy.
He hasn't earned it.
Present.
It's obvious that there are big powers at play in our House
Gallagher.
and in our government.
McCarthy.
We have to look to see what the good Lord above is going to bring
Garamendi.
to help save this country.
Jeffries. Garbarino. McCarthy. Mike Garcia. McCarthy. Robert Garcia. Jeffries.
Right. By Gates voting present,
Garcia of Illinois.
by Biggs voting present,
Garcia of Texas.
by Boebert voting present, everybody voting
Jeffries.
present,
Jimenez.
216 votes will pass him this time.
Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Gomez. Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. McCarthy.
We're seeing it
Vicente Gonzalez.
firsthand here, folks.
Vicente Gonzalez. Good of Virginia. Present. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy. Gosar. McCarthy. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. Granger. McCarthy.
Well, I also saw that
Louisiana.
on the Twitter front that
McCarthy.
General Flynn's account has been
Graves of
reinstated.
Missouri. McCarthy.
So Elon Musk has reinstated another Patriot. Now, General Flynn
McCarthy.
used to follow me on
Green of
Twitter
Texas.
under my old account. So I was honored that he followed me. He has put a couple of tweets out today.
Jeffries. Green of Georgia.
I was talking over
McCarthy.
Green from Texas on purpose, by the way.
McCarthy. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman.
But I did send a
McCarthy.
tweeted
Guest.
towards
McCarthy.
General Flynn and asked him if he would follow me again under my new
McCarthy.
handle.
Hageman.
It's not my new handle. It's actually the oldest handle I had
McCarthy. Harder of California. Jeffries.
under plaque.
Harris.
But my Your Smart Com was canceled the same day as General Flynn was canceled because they canceled everyone that he followed
Jeffries. Hearn.
in the purge
McCarthy.
of 2021.
Higgins of Louisiana. McCarthy. Higgins of New York.
Started on January 8th.
Hill. McCarthy. Hines. Jeffries. Henson. McCarthy. Horsford.
Changes the multipliers, or I should say not the multipliers, but the
McCarthy.
presence and they changed the factor. So now with 216 votes, he'll pass.
Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. McCarthy. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizinga. McCarthy. Hunt. McCarthy. Isa. McCarthy. Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries.
The Republicans
Jackson
will
of
erupt
Texas.
in applause.
McCarthy.
The Democrats will immediately
Jackson.
exit the chamber.
For the Americans that are desperate in need of leadership, I'm proud to vote for Hakeem Jeffries.
Hakeem,
Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries.
I'm willing to bet that she's a hoarder.
James.
Every time I see her in the
McCarthy.
wherever she is, she's got bags of stuff that she brings with her.
Jeffries. Jeffries.
Woo. People bounce up and down. Yay, yay, yay. It's all smoke and mirrors. See, we have always stuck by our man, unlike the Republicans.
Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. McCarthy. Johnson of Ohio. McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy. Jordan. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy. Joyce of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Kem Lugar.
It's a deep and dirty swamp.
Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. McCarthy. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Condon.
That's right, Vic.
Jeffries. Higgins of Virginia. McCarthy. Kildee. Jeffries. Kiley. McCarthy. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. McCarthy. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Custer.
Jeffries is already leaving the room.
Kustoff. McCarthy. LaHood.
He doesn't want to be there when they win, when McCarthy wins.
LaLorda. McCarthy. LaMalfa. McCarthy.
You bet, Katie.
Lamborn. McCarthy. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy.
That's right, Katie. He is a
Larson
coward.
of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta. McCarthy. LaTurner.
That's why we have to keep an eye, hot coffee. We have to keep it, keep our fingers crossed on what happened with SCOTUS today in the conference on 22-80. So who was that blowhard? The entitled
McCarthy. Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. McCarthy. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. McCarthy. Letlow. McCarthy.
It's been very telling this past week. We've seen Democrats,
Jeffries. Lofgren.
upper level Democrats,
Loudermilk.
going to reporters and telling them to support Kevin McCarthy.
Lucas.
That's telling.
Lukemeyer. McCarthy. Luna. McCarthy. Latrell.
Luna put a statement out on her Twitter today
Lynch.
saying that
Jeffries.
something big was coming.
McCarthy. Magaziner.
And Trump
Jeffries.
basically
Malio
said the
Chavez.
same thing. So
McCarthy.
I don't know what's going on.
Mann. McCarthy. Manning.
I wish I was a fly on the wall.
Jeffries. Massey. McCarthy.
Excuse me. I wish I was a fly on the wall in those meeting rooms.
Matsui. McBath, Jeffries, McCarthy, McCarthy, McCall, McCarthy,
Yes, he is.
McCarthy, McClintock, McCarthy, McCullum, Jeffries, McCormick, McCarthy, McGarvey, Jeffries, McGovern, Jeffries, McHenry, McHenry, McCarthy, Meeks, Jeffries, Menendez, Jeffries, Ming,
Look at everybody on their phone.
Jeffries, Muser, McCarthy, Mfume, Jeffries, Miller of Illinois, McCarthy, Miller of Ohio, McCarthy, Miller of West Virginia, McCarthy, Miller Meeks, McCarthy, Mills, McCarthy, Molinaro, McCarthy, Molinar, McCarthy, Mooney, McCarthy, Moore of Alabama, McCarthy, Moore of Utah, McCarthy, Moore of Wisconsin, Jeffries, Moran, McCarthy, Morelli, Jeffries, Moskowitz, Jeffries, Moulton, Jeffries, Mervan, Jeffries,
Gates voted
Mullen,
present.
Jeffries, Murphy, McCarthy, Nadler, Jeffries, Napolitano, Jeffries, Neal, Jeffries, the Goose, Jeffries, Nels, McCarthy, Newhouse, McCarthy, Nickel, Jeffries, Norcross, Jeffries, Norman, McCarthy, Nunn of Iowa,
Honorable Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy, Obernolte, McCarthy, Ocasio-Cortez, Jeffries, Ogles, McCarthy, Omar, Jeffries, Owens, McCarthy, Pallone, Jeffries, Palmer, McCarthy, Panetta, Jeffries, Pappas, Jeffries, Pasquale, Jeffries, Payne, Jeffries, Pelosi, Jeffries. Peltola. Jeffries. Pence. McCarthy. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. McCarthy. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger. McCarthy. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries. Porter. Jeffries. Posey. McCarthy.
Releasing the J6 files may or may not have been part of the deal. I'm not sure.
Jeffries.
Nothing like that should ever be a deal item,
Ramirez.
a token, a negotiating chip.
Raskin. Jeffries.
They're the people's records and they should be released.
McCarthy.
But they won't be because it'll prove that J6 was a hoax. It was a setup,
Rogers of Alabama.
all to try and be able to put the blame on Donald Trump.
Rogers of Kentucky. McCarthy. Rose.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Rosendale. Rosendale. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. McCarthy. Roy. McCarthy. Ruiz. Jeffries. Rupersberger.
Jeffrey.
Jeffries. Rutherford. Rutherford. McCarthy. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. McCarthy. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Sarbanes.
I'm not sure what Ron Johnson would be thinking.
Scalise.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky.
Originally part of the Tea Party.
Schiff.
He is a big believer in the 10th Amendment. In his office, he has a plaque of the 10th Amendment. He believes that the power is in the states.
Jeffries. Scolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Swikert. McCarthy. Austin Scott. McCarthy. David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. McCarthy. Sessions.
Yes, Brenda Street.
Sewell. Jeffries.
The way the Constitution, the way our forefathers had created, our founding fathers had created it was for
Simpson.
a basic turnover every 2 years of all the seats in the House of Representatives.
Jeffries.
For people like me and you and the
McCarthy.
true slices of America
Nebraska.
representing
McCarthy.
people within their
Smith
districts.
of New Jersey. McCarthy. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker.
And the speaker
McCarthy.
is with that.
Sorensen. Jeffries. Soto. Jeffries.
So each 2 years.
Steenberger. Jeffries.
We're not going to get term limits out of the House or the Senate because they're not going to shoot themselves in the foot for those cushy
Sparks.
careers. So we're going to have to use Article 5 of the Constitution. And make the amendments to the Constitution ourselves.
Stansbury. Jeffries. Stanton. Jeffries.
If you go to conventionofstates.com,
McCarthy.
log in and sign the petition. We're at 19 states. We need 34 to be able to
Swanett.
offer an amendment,
McCarthy.
i.e. a
Stein.
28th Amendment for term limits in the House and the Senate.
Stubbe. McCarthy.
A 29th Amendment would be nice to be able to
Stewart.
hold a balanced budget,
McCarthy.
demand a balanced budget. That would take all the fat out of all the bills.
Jeffries.
That would also take money like what's going out to Ukraine
McCarthy.
and these 4,000 page plus bills.
Sykes. Jeffries.
And a 30th Amendment
Connell.
would be that no donor's money is allowed into a candidate that is outside of their represented
Thompson of
area.
California.
So
Jeffries.
all
Thompson
monies,
of Mississippi.
all donations would have to come from
Thompson of
their
Pennsylvania.
not from clear across the country,
McCarthy.
and support from all these big pharmas and
McCarthy.
these big donors.
Titus.
You lock it down to where
Tlaib.
somebody runs for office, the only people that can put money in their kitty
Takuda.
are the people from the area they represent.
Tonko. Jeffries.
Registered voters from that represented area. That would be a 30th
Jeffries.
Amendment. But Article 5 of the Constitution
Torres of New York.
allows us to do that, make amendments without
Torres of New
having
York.
the involvement of Congress
Jeffries.
by having a convention of
Cohen.
states. If you go to conventionofstates.com,
Jeffries. Turner.
you can sign the petition. We're at 19 states, 34 to amend, 38 to ratify.
McCarthy. Underwood. Jeffries. Valadeo. McCarthy. Van Drew.
On behalf of the Southern New Jersey Second Congressional District, Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Van Dyne. McCarthy. Van Orden.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Vargas. Jeffries. Vasquez.
Hakeem Jeffrey.
Jeffries. VC.
Make sure you hit the like button or the thumbs up, whatever you may have.
Vasquez.
I noticed the Rumble actually went from rumbles
Wagner.
to a like button, a thumbs up, and or a thumbs down.
Walberg.
Mr. McCarthy.
So if you're on Rumble, make sure you hit that thumbs up.
McCarthy.
If you're on Twitter, hit the heart.
Wilson and Schultz.
Okay.
Jeffries.
If you're on
Waters.
Facebook, hit the heart. If you're on YouTube, hit the like,
Coleman. Jeffries.
share, retweet,
Weber of Texas.
whatever the case might be,
McCarthy.
and turn on your notifications for when I do the videos. Before things get chaotic here, we are gearing up to have a walk to hopefully be this, just like we see in Brazil. We need volunteers. We need we need fundraising. We need everything we can get to make a movement that can finally be seen. And that requires a lot of people, times the millions. Tap everybody you know on the shoulder. Go to graywolfwalk.com.
Wilson of South Carolina. McCarthy. Whitman.
And jump on board.
Womack.
If you've had enough, like I have,
McCarthy.
and like I know millions of you have,
McCarthy.
then let's stand up and let our presence be seen and heard. And that was the 216th vote. Don't know. Yeah, everybody's like, "Yeah, I'm the victor. I'm the victor." I threatened and paled myself into the position of speaker. It's democracy. It's also the Good Old Boys Network. I'm thinking about that. I would have to register Big Green as an RV because this last year I've put everything into trying to wake people up to the point where I no longer have a business. I no longer have an income, so need to. But at the same time, I can't just sit back and know the things that I know and sit back and say I tried. I can't do that anymore. I can't do that. So I've been out and about for the last year.
McCarthy.
Have to bankrupt the company and putting everything I can into everything to the to this country.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the members-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Rosendale.
Present.
Present.
Thank you, Judy Van Dyke.
tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 428, of which the Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 216.
So it looks like some Democrats left early. To help push him over.
The Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212.
Well, they were all there, so how do they get 428 and not 432? I don't know. Actually, yeah, the 5 presents would have been deducted yeah, that's how that works. So the 5 presents were removed from the
Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the
from the
state
total.
of California, having received a majority of the votes cast, is duly elected Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Finally, I am now Speaker. Give me my whip, I mean my gavel. Excuse me.
The clerk appoints the following committee to escort the Speaker-elect to the chair. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from New York, Mr.
I'll let this go full screen here.
The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer.
For respect.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Stefani. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbini. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse. The gentlewoman from Oklahoma, Mrs. Weiss. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar. The gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houshing. The gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Underwood. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Phillips. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Barbara Lee. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves. The gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill. The gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy. The gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Spanberger. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Crockett. And the members of the California delegation, Ms. Pelosi, Ms. Waters, Mr. Calvert, Ms. Eshoo, Ms. Lofgren, Mr. Sherman, Mrs. Napoleano, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Schiff, Ms. Sanchez, Mr. Issa, Mr. Costa, Ms. Matsui, Mr. McClintock, Ms. Chu, Mr. Garamendi, Mr. Barra, Ms. Bronley, Mr. Cardenas, Mr. Hoffman, Mr. Lamalfa, Mr. Peters, Mr. Ruiz, Mr. Swalwell, Mr. Takano, Mr. Vargas, Mr. Desanye, Mr. Torres, Mrs. Torres, Mr. Valadeo, Ms. Barragan, Mr. Carbajal, Mr. Correa, Mr. Khanna, Mr. Panetta, Mr. Gomez, Mr. Harder, Mr. Levin, Ms. Porter, Mr. Mike Garcia, Mrs. Kim, Mr. Obanoti, Mrs. Steele, Mr. Dewar, Mr. Robert Garcia, Mr. Kamlega Dove, Mr. Keeley, Mr. Mullen. The committee will retire from the chamber to escort the speaker-elect to the chair.
So we get to see the exchange, handing off of the gavel. You're welcome, Laura. We have been dealt the hand. It was an option to take back the house, but the Patriots tried this time. Doesn't mean we're giving up. That's correct, Hot Coffee. The establishment won tonight. I will respect the position. I do not respect the man. You're welcome, Marianne. Marani? Marianne. Sorry for butchering that. That's right, ACB. We live to fight another day. You're welcome, John. Before you guys leave out of here tonight, make sure that you pass the word that to like, share, and subscribe. Turn on those notifications. Go to my website, graywolfwalk.com. Gray with an E. graywolfwalk.com. Let's get ready to put the people on the street to show the establishment who they work for. So we'll see the peaceful transition of power here. Good night, Jess Hero. What? Oh, yeah. So the AP had a good picture of Representative Rogers being subdued tonight, going after Matt Gaetz. Bet he's proud of this picture. There's Representative Rogers, the same one who threatened Matt Gaetz to vote for McCarthy or he wouldn't be seeing any committee seats. So there's your Guido. Man, it's really interesting to see how many people are sitting there typing on their phones. Well, Sarah, this is a probably the only time in their life that they're going to be part of a swearing in of their parent into Congress. So I'm sure that they are sleepy kids. Good night, Judy. Okay, here we go.
Madam Clerk, the Speaker-elect, the Honorable Kevin McCarthy from California.
Madam Clerk, Whip Clark, distinguished members of the House Democratic Caucus and the House Republican Conference, it's my high honor and distinct privilege to finally be able to welcome all of you to the 118th Congress. Let me just begin by thanking my good friend, Pete Aguilar, for his very generous words of introduction and for placing my name into nomination a total of 9 times. And I also want to thank my other colleagues from the Democratic Caucus for your generous words of nomination as well. Jim Clyburn, Catherine Clark, Ted Lieu, Dean Phillips, Joe Neguse, and Veronica Escobar. I also want to thank my colleagues, my friends in the House Democratic Caucus for your perseverance, for your strength, for your friendship, for your unanimity of purpose, and for your unanimous support. And I simply want to say that that showing of strength is not for any one particular individual. It will be a showing of strength throughout the 118th Congress, unanimity of purpose on behalf of the American people. Before I proceed any further, let me begin by acknowledging the distinguished gentle lady from the great state of California, the iconic, the heroic, the legendary Speaker Emerita, Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi. And without question in my mind, Speaker Emerita Pelosi will go down in history as the greatest speaker of all time. Throughout her time in Congress, she's been a legendary legislator, a fabulous facilitator, and a no-nonsense negotiator. We know that Nancy Pelosi is a woman of faith, a loving wife, a mother of 5, a grandmother of 9, a defender of democracy, a voice for the voiceless, and a powerful champion for the children, the climate, Charm City, California, the caucus, the Congress, the country, and the Constitution. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for all that you have done. It's an honor to stand on your broad shoulders, as well as the shoulders of the great Steny Hoyer and the great Jim Clyburn, 2 consequential leaders in their own right. Now, the scripture says in Galatians, let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time, we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Over the last 2 years, House Democrats, in partnership with President Biden and our colleagues in the Senate, have been hard at work on behalf of the American people, getting big things done. We passed the American Rescue Plan, saved the economy from a deep recession, put shots in arms, money in pockets, and kids back in school. We passed the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act to create millions of good-paying jobs, fix our crumbling bridges, roads, tunnels, our airports, a sewer and water system, our mass transportation systems, and ensure high-speed internet access in every single community. We passed gun safety legislation for the first time in 30 years that will save lives and make our communities safer. We passed the Chips and Science Act to bring domestic manufacturing jobs back home to the United States of America and ensure that our workforce has the skills to succeed in the 21st century economy. And we passed the Inflation Reduction Act to strike a dramatic blow against the climate crisis, set our planet on a sustainable trajectory forward, lower energy costs, strengthen the Affordable Care Act, lower healthcare costs, and drive down the high price of life-saving prescription drugs for millions of Americans. It was one of the most consequential Congresses in American history. President Biden gets the job done, and the D in Democrat stands for deliver. Over the next 2 years, over the next 2 years, as we begin this 118th Congress, let us continue to fight for lower costs. Let us continue to fight in this Congress for better paying jobs. Let us continue to fight in this Congress for safer communities. Let us continue to fight in this Congress to defend democracy. Let us continue to fight in this Congress to put and protect the public interest. Let us continue to fight in this Congress for economic opportunity in every single zip code. And let us continue to fight in this Congress for reproductive freedom. Because as Democrats, we do believe in a country for everyone. We do believe in a country for everyone, a country that provides for the poor, works for working families, makes sense for the middle class, stands up for senior citizens, innovates in the inner city, strengthens suburban communities, helps out the heartland, and revitalizes rural America. We believe in a country with liberty and justice for all, equal protection under the law, free and fair elections, and yes, we believe in a country with the peaceful transfer of power. We believe that in America, our diversity is a strength. It is not a weakness. An economic strength, a competitive strength, a cultural strength. Our diversity is a strength. It is not a weakness. We are a gorgeous mosaic of people from throughout the world. As John Lewis would sometimes remind us on this floor, we may have come over on different ships, but we're all in the same boat now. We are white, we are black, we are Latino, we are Asian, we are Native American, we are Christian, we are Jewish, we are Muslim, we are Hindu, we are religious, we are secular, we are gay, we are straight, we are young, we are older, we are women, we are men, we are citizens, we are dreamers. Out of many, we are one. That's what makes America a great country. And no matter what kind of haters are trying to divide us, we're not going to let anyone take that away from us. Not now, not ever. This is the United States
of America, a land of opportunity. The fact that I'm able to stand up here today is another data point in that narrative. I was born in Brooklyn Hospital, raised in a working class neighborhood in Crown Heights, grew up in the Cornerstone Baptist Church, started off in the cradle roll department, somehow survived the violence of the crack cocaine epidemic, and wound up here in the United States Congress as the highest ranking Democrat in the House of Representatives. America, truly a land of opportunity. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people. So on this first day, let us commit to the American dream, a dream that promises that if you work hard and play by the rules, you should be able to provide a comfortable living for yourself and for your family, educate your children, purchase a home, and one day retire with grace and dignity. Let us commit on this first day to lift up the American dream for every single person in this nation. Now, I recognize that this is a moment of transition. As we transition from one Congress to the next, from one majority to the next, from a year of accomplishment to a year of ambiguity, a moment of transition. The American people, understandably, after the events of this week, recognize that the Congress is at a fork in the road and are asking the question, what direction will we choose? On this first day, I do not pretend to answer that question.
This guy is deep. This guy is so into himself.
But we do extend our hand of partnership to
Get off the stage. Get off the podium,
and
man.
I want to make clear that we extend and intend
I'm sorry.
to try to find common ground whenever and
It's going
wherever
to take
possible.
2 hours talking about all the things that they think they did. They must have done that in their dreams, because they certainly didn't do any of that stuff in real life.
Not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as independents, but as Americans.
He's acting like he won.
But I also want to make clear that we will never compromise our principles. House Democrats will always put American values over autocracy.
Oh,
benevolence
jeez.
over bigotry. The Constitution over the code. Democracy over demagogues. Economic opportunity over extremism. Freedom over fascism. Governing over gaslighting.
Oh my God. And there he is bouncing at the same time.
Over isolation.
Like he's some preacher.
Overreach. Knowledge over kangaroo courts. Liberty over limitation. Maturity over Mar-a-Lago. Normalcy over negativity. Opportunity over obstruction.
Get him down. He didn't win this.
Quality of life issues over QAnon. Reason over racism. Substance over slander. Triumph over tyranny.
He's making a bigger ass out of himself.
Voting rights over voter suppression. Working families over the wealth.
I have no respect for this guy.
Yes, we can over you can't do it. And zealous representation over.
What is this guy, man? This is what the Democrats deem as the highest guy. He is high, all right.
So let us not grow weary.
You're gaslighting, dude. You said you wouldn't do that.
The American people will reap the benefit of the harvest if we do not give up. God bless you, God bless the House, and God bless the United States of America. It is now my solemn responsibility to hand over the people's gavel to a son of Bakersfield, a former small business owner, a proud product of a firefighter's
So
household.
Pelosi
Gentlemen,
refuses to hand over the
great state of
gavel.
California,
Ooh.
and the next Speaker of the 118th Congress, Kevin McCarthy.
That was easy, huh? I never thought we'd get up here. Thank you, Minority Leader Jeffries. Hakeem, I've got to warn you, 2 years ago, I got 100% of the vote from my conference. There's somebody else I want to thank. The gentlelady who served as our presiding officer this week, our clerk, Cheryl Johnson. Thank you. You know, my father always told me, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And now we need to finish strong for the American people. You know, if a son of a fireman and a grandchild of immigrants can rise to the highest position in the most important legislative body in our country, and if my colleague, Hakeem Jeffries, with his life story, can rise to lead his party, then opportunity and democracy still thrive in America. To Leader Jeffries, there will be times we agree, and many times we will differ. I promise our debates will be passionate, but they will never be personal. That's my commitment to you. And now the hard work begins. What we do here today, next week, next month, next year, will set the tone for everything that follows. Tonight, I want to talk directly to the American people. As Speaker of the House, my ultimate responsibility is not to my party, my conference, or even our Congress. My responsibility, our responsibility, is to our country. 2 months ago, you voted for a new direction for our country. You embraced our commitment to America. And now we're going to keep our commitment to you. It's a commitment for an economy that's strong, where you could fill up your tank of gas and feed your family, where paychecks grow and not shrink. It's a commitment for a nation that's safe, where communities are protected, law enforcement is respected, and criminals are prosecuted. A commitment for the future that's built on freedom, where children come first and are taught to dream big. Because in America, dreams can still come true. A commitment for a government that is held accountable, where Americans get the answers they want, need, and deserve. Our system is built on checks and balances. It's time for us to be a check and provide some balance to the president's policies. There is nothing more important than making it possible for American families to live and enjoy the lives they deserve. That is why we commit to stop wasteful Washington spending, to lower the price of groceries, gas, cars, housing, and stop the rising national debt. We pledge to cut the regulatory burden, lower energy costs for families, and create good-paying jobs for workers by unleashing reliable, abundant, American-made energy. I know the night is late, but when we come back, our very first bill will repeal the funding for 87,000 new IRs. You see, we believe government should be to help you, not go after you. We're going to pass bills to fix the nation's current challenges, from wide open southern borders to American last energy policies to woke indoctrination in our schools. We'll also address America's long-term challenges, the debt, and the rise of the Chinese Communist Party. Congress must speak with one voice on both of these issues. This is why we will end wasteful Washington spending. From now on, if a federal bureaucrat wants to spend it, they will come before us to defend it. As for the Chinese Communist Party, we will create a bipartisan select committee on China to investigate how to bring back the hundreds of thousands of jobs that went to China, and then we will win this economic competition. Now, speaking of committees, we will hold the swamp accountable. From the withdrawal of Afghanistan to the origins of COVID and to the weaponization of the FBI. Let me be very clear. We will use the power of the purse and the power of the subpoena to get the job done. This is something we should all agree upon. We will stand up and speak out for the backbone of our economy, the hard-working taxpayer. It's nighttime here in Washington, but in some ways, it's also like a new beginning, a fresh start. My friends, this chamber is now fully open for all Americans to visit. I want to give all Americans a personal invitation. You are welcome to see this body at work. No longer will the doors be closed, but the debates will be open for you to witness what happens in the people's house. From the committee rooms to this floor, we commit to pursue the truth passionately and embrace debate. No more one-sided inquiries. Competing ideas will be put to the test in public so that the best ideas win. But we also pledge to bring Congress to the people, because answers have not and will not always be found in Washington. That's why one of our very first hearings will be held on the southern border. No more ignoring a crisis of safety and sovereignty. We must secure our border. We must get America back on track. Now, on a personal note, to my family, here and at home, to Judy, Megan, Connor, Emily, my brother Mark, Monica, Zach, and yes, my mom, Bert. I am where I am because you are who you are. You can stand. I'd also like to thank my constituents in California's Central Valley. Yes, and especially my hometown of Bakersfield. I don't know if you're familiar with music, but as Buck Owens sings, how many of you that sit and judge me have ever walked the streets of Bakersfield? Well, I've walked those streets my entire life. I know its people. They're hardworking and relentless, optimistic about our future. And I'm very honored to have the opportunity to represent them. I am a son of a firefighter. I saw firsthand what it means to have hard work, leadership, and service to others can change people's lives. And that is exactly why we are here today, to serve you, the people. We come here with the support of our families and the faith of our neighbors to be their voice in Washington. For all the wives and husbands, children and parents who are watching, a loved one to be sworn in, I knew it took a couple extra days. I'll be honest, it's not how I had it planned. I want you to remember this moment. Take it in. Your loved ones are about to make history. My colleagues and I thank you for your understanding and your sacrifice. And we will work every day to make you proud. My most favorite spot in this building is not in this chamber. It's in the chamber they met before, in Statuary Hall. It's my favorite place to take people on a tour. You see, it's where Abraham Lincoln served. He was just a one-term congressman, sat in the back. I like to go to that spot and I like to stand where he stood. I like to do it at night when people aren't around. I like to look over and look at the clock, because that's the same clock and same view that Abraham Lincoln saw. I've watched Lincoln serve in the greatest challenge to our Constitution, the Civil War. I watched him take peoples who were rivals and put them together. I watched in a time that he did not know if a nation could sustain itself, but he dreamt of a future and built a railroad across the nation. I want us to all take a moment one time that you are here. I want you to stand there. I want you to look. And I want you to think. If America could do it then, we can do it now one more time. You know, Abraham Lincoln gave his life in service to this country. One of his most important observations about America applies today, as much as it did 160 years ago. He said, "We are striving to maintain the government and institutions of our fathers and to transmit them to our children and our children's children forever." My fellow Americans, that is still our mission today. This moment calls for restoring trust within our country and with each other. In that spirit, I will work with anyone and everyone who shares our passion to deliver a better future for the nation. I hope you'll join me. As a Congress, we can only operate if we cooperate. My door will be open. I'd like you to come by. I want you to see, as you walk down the hall, a large portrait of Lincoln. I want you to go into that conference room. I want you to see another portrait. My members know of this. It's of Washington crossing the Delaware. You all know the story. It happened on Christmas, 1776. There was no iPhone to take a picture. People wonder when it was painted. It wasn't painted by someone who was there. It was painted in 1850 and 1851. He was an immigrant who lived in America, Emanuel Lentz. You know why he painted it? Because he knew America was more than a country. America was an idea. He went home to Germany, and he wanted Germany to have a revolution based upon the values and freedoms that we defend every day. His talent was art. So he believed if he painted this painting, he could inspire his countrymen to rise up for the idea of freedom. Well, many historians will tell you he didn't get it correct. They'll tell you Washington crossed on a Durham boat, but he paints it with Washington in a rowboat. You see 13 people, but only 12 faces. You see Washington standing up in a rowboat in the middle of winter, wearing a ceremonial uniform with his hand on his chest. He looks so stoic. You would look at that man, you'd say, I'd follow him anywhere. You probably believe that he never lost a battle. But history would tell us at that moment, at that time, he had only lost. We had never won. You see, that was the night of our first victory as a nation when we surprised the Hessians. But when you look at that painting, don't look at Washington. I want you to look at who's in the boat. You see, the second rower in the beret, he's Scottish. The person directly across from him in the green, rowing in the exact same cadence, is an African American. You come down right to the middle in the red, the person who's rowing the strongest is a woman. And in the very back is a Native American. I don't know from a historic fact if they were in the boat that night, but to this young immigrant who had lived in America, that's who he believed would be in the boat. The second to last person is a farmer. He could be from Bakersfield, I'm not sure. His hand goes across his face. People will debate this part. But what I see is a hand of the 13th person nobody sees. You see, what I believe Emmanuel was saying is, here we are, battling for the creation of the idea of freedom. That every individual is equal, not a perfect nation, but striving to be a more perfect union. Having lost every battle against the greatest challenge with the strongest nation, having lost them all, but willing to do it on our holiest of nights, with a hand reached out and asking if you would join us. That's as true today as it was then. If we let everybody in the boat, if we row in the same cadence together, there is no obstacle this body can overcome for this nation. It is time for us to be the voice and worthy of their vote. Let me close with this. I may not know all of you, some of you are new, but I hope one thing is clear after this week. I never give up. I make this promise. I'll never give up for you, the American people. And I will never give up on keeping our commitment to America. Our nation is worth fighting for. Our rights are worth fighting for. Our dreams are worth fighting for. Our future is worth fighting for. Therefore, with love for this country and charity for each other, let us now take our oath and be worthy of the office on which we are about to enter. God bless everybody in this chamber, and God bless America. Not so fast. I have to get sworn in first. Sit down. I am now ready to take the oath of office. I want to ask the Dean of the House, the Honorable Hal Rogers of Kentucky, one of my first mentors, to administer the oath of the office.
First, we want to offer a bipartisan congratulations to the gentleman from California. Now, will the Speaker designate raise his right hand? Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you're about to enter? So help you God.
Yes, I do.
Congratulations and Godspeed to the Speaker.
According to the President, the chair will swear in the members-elect en masse. The members-elect will rise. The chair will now administer the oath of the office. All members-elect will raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God. Congratulations. You are now members of the 118th Congress. Is this?
And there you have it, folks. The 118th Congress. We've got to hold these people, their feet, to the fire. Everyone should be knowing. Just a moment.
All right, we got a little more business. I hope that was worth the wait. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Stefanik.
Honor to be the first to address you from the floor of the People's House as Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as chair of the Republican Conference, I am directed by that conference to notify the House officially that the Republican members have selected as Majority Leader the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Steve Scalise.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Speaker, as the chair of the Democratic Caucus, I've been directed to report to the House that the Democratic members have selected as Minority Leader the gentleman from New York, Mr. Hakeem Jeffries.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Stefanik.
Mr. Speaker, as chair of the Republican Conference, I am directed by that conference to notify the House officially that the Republican members have selected as Majority Whip the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Tom Emmer.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Mr. Speaker, as chairman of the Democratic Caucus, I have been directed to report to the House that the Democratic members have selected as Minority Whip the distinguished gentlewoman from Massachusetts, the Honorable Catherine Clark.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Stefanik.
Mr. Speaker, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1. Resolved that Cheryl L. Johnson of the state of Louisiana be and is hereby chosen Clerk of the House of Representatives. That Catherine Spendor of the Commonwealth of Virginia be and is hereby chosen Chief Administrative Officer of the House of Representatives. And that Reverend Dr. Margaret Grun Kibben of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania be and is hereby chosen Chaplain of the House of Representatives.
The gentlewoman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, for the purpose of offering an amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment to the resolution, but before offering the amendment, I request that there be a division of the question on the resolution so that we may have a separate vote on the chaplain.
The question will be divided. The question is on agreeing to that portion of the resolution providing for the election of the chaplain. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. This portion of the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to consider is laid on the table. Now, if we could just have all votes like that. Don't blame me for hoping. The gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I offer an amendment to the resolution offered by the gentlewoman from New York.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Aguilar of California for the remainder of House Resolution 1. That Tasia Jackson of the state of New York be and is hereby chosen Clerk of the House of Representatives. That William J. Walker of the state of Maryland be and is hereby chosen Sergeant at Arms of the House of Representatives. And that Gideon Bergen of the state of New York be and is hereby chosen Chief Administrative Officer of the House of Representatives.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. And the amendment is not agreed to. The question is on the remainder of the resolution offered by the gentlewoman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to the provision of Section 208A, the Legislative Reorganization Act of 1946, the chair appoints William McFarland of the state of Maryland to act and to exercise the duties of the Sergeant of Arms of the House of Representatives effective today. Okay. The chair will now swear in the officers of the House. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office of which you are about to enter, so help you God? Congratulations. Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, doesn't that have a good ring to it, Kevin? Mr. Speaker, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 2, resolved that the Senate be informed that a quorum of the House of Representatives has assembled, that Kevin McCarthy, a representative from the state of California, has been elected Speaker, and that Cheryl L. Johnson, a citizen of the state of Louisiana, has been elected Clerk of the House of Representatives of the 118th Congress.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I offer an additional privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 3, resolved that a committee of the 2 members be appointed by the Speaker on the part of the House of Representatives to join with the committee on the part of the Senate to notify the President of the United States that a quorum of each House has assembled and Congress is ready to receive any communication that he may be pleased to make.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to House Resolution 3, the chair appoints the following members to the committee on part of the House to join a committee on the part of the Senate to notify the President of the United States that a quorum of each House has assembled and that Congress is ready to receive any communication that he may be pleased to make. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Rogers, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a privileged resolution, ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 4, resolved that the clerk be instructed to inform the President of the United States that the House of Representatives has elected Kevin McCarthy, a representative from the state of California, as Speaker, and Cheryl L. Johnson, a citizen of the state of Louisiana, as Clerk of the House of Representatives of the 118th Congress.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the desk. What do we got now? The chair would like to make a statement concerning the introduction and reference of bills. Since the rules of the 118th Congress has not yet been adopted, the rights of members to introduce bills and the authority of the Speaker to refer them is delayed. The chair will state that submitted bills will be held until adoption of the rules, at which time they will be referred to and as possible to appropriate committees. At that time, the bills which are not referred to and do not appear in the record as of that day will be included in the next day's record and printed with a date as of the time and of the rules were adopted. Under Clause 5D in Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that the whole number of the House is 434. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stand adjourned until 5 p.m. on Monday.
On the motion? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. All right, the ayes have it.
All right. So there we have it, folks. And it stands adjourned until 5 p.m. Eastern Time on Monday. So we'll see what happens.
After 4 straight days of voting, the U.S. House has elected a speaker, Kevin McCarthy.
So it's been a rough ride this week, but democracy has come through, and we may not like it, but we stand to fight another day. We know that we're going to hold their feet to the fire, that's for sure. There are more people awake today, I think, than had been, awake 4 years ago or even 2 years ago. And more people are putting pressure on the House of Representatives. And we've seen that this is a good old boys club. We've seen money exchange hands. We have seen promises that have been broken. And it's our duty as American citizens to keep their feet to the fire. I am going to, on Monday morning, make contact with my congressman's office and ask to have sponsored a House joint resolution to end the state of emergency under Section 202, 50 U.S.C. 1622A1. A joint resolution from both houses to end the state of emergency that we are currently under and allow us to start healing our Constitution. That will be the first of what I know would be many. And I invite you to join me for what will be, I hope, a show of recognition from Americans that will look no less than that of what Brazil has been doing, even to this day. We have election integrity to discuss, amongst many other things. We have the treatment of American citizens to discuss. I speak to mandates that have been unconstitutionally put forth to the American people, including those that have cost people their livelihoods and, quite honestly, their lives. So join me. You can go to my website, graywolfwalk.com, and let's make this happen. Until the next time we meet, love and peace to all of you. God bless you, and God bless the United States.